Alrighty, another day. Time to get stuff done. What is okay? Well, hold on. All right, nice big stretch. So, what are we gonna be doing today, Bite Buddy? Wait, something different about me? Something feels different. What the? Who messed with the sleeping pod? Hello. Oh, I have butterflies in my stomach right now. I'm very nervous. Yes, Rin, it's so lovely to see you. I'm all new and shiny. I need to make sure I don't move too fast because the physics. I don't know how to like soften them so they don't just hit really hard. I still have a lot to improve upon. But yes, new model, and I'm so happy with it. So excited. Um, I have a bunch of cool stuff. I know, Rin, you can't see your chat right now, so let me just... I swear to God, if this doesn't work, I'm gonna crash out. Uh, are you kidding me? Over here, do not mess around. Alright. I don't know why it's doing it like this, but okay, here's chat. Boom. And then... No. I'm so good at this. I'm so... Oh, I'm so good at this. Boom. Now chat is... Oh God. Oh no. How do I... This needs to be down here. There we go. Super professional. Super. And I see that the banned person's message is still here. One of the things I want to do. This is one of the things I've needed to do, is set up my own custom chat thing, so it's not just the browser source. Except I don't know what software to use for that, and I don't know how to do that. So kind of just trying to figure that out. But then I'll have like a custom chat rather than just like a black box with text in it, and that'll look really good. Um, but this is what the room looks like. Uh, let's quickly go over the room before we go over my model because I see not many people are here just yet. But where is it? Is this over here? We gotta turn off that, and then first things first. Behind me is yeah. Don't worry about this. I'll explain the layering skill issue I was having later. But the flower over here that my wing is currently poking, um, is a flower I really like. I keep forgetting its like actual name, but it's referred to as the Princess of the Night because it only blooms at night once a year. And it's like a cactus, actually, which I think is really cool. So it's a very pretty flower. I did not do a good job drawing it because I did the room. That's why it doesn't look good. But that's my favorite cactus, I guess you could say. Um, got a very nice orange and white, so it fits well with my VTuber model. So obviously, I could not convey that the best with the potted plant in the background. Next up, honestly, I still cannot tell if that's moving or not. I think I made it too slow, or it's just not moving at all. Was it not moving at all? Oh, that would suck. But that is the. Hold on, let me. I'm gonna quickly check if it's moving or not. Where idle and come on, lamp. Boom, much better. I had that set up, I swear, and I'm being cheated out of non-scuff day view. Big old lava lamp in the background. I wanted to put something there, and I couldn't think of something. And I'm like, do I go for a window? Do I go for a picture of some sort? Do I try to make something like a rack for my gunpla or something? Actually, that would have been a good. That would have looked good too. But I couldn't think of anything, and so I just gave up and put a big lava lamp over there. And so that's how that ended up being there. Fully functioning lava lamp. And this entire background, like this room, is actually rigged in Live 2D. So that's something I've really wanted to see. Like, because everyone's got all these amazing rooms, and I'm just like, but what if they had toggles? What if you added some Live 2D pizzazz to them? Let me get up because I have a giant notebook. Well, it's not giant, but like I have a notebook on my phone, and it goes over every single toggle on all the things that I have. So when I'm gaming, I'll have a big screen open coming out from a little projector on top of the Bite Buddy's head, and the Bite Buddy is functional. He's frozen on that face right now. But like if you use one of the redeems, his face will change and then go back to the default after a bit. Which should be the smiley face, but I may have messed it up. Then if I'm using Gundams, and I do actually plan to build a little Gundam later because I'm doing a whole bunch of stuff. I have all sorts of special events planned. And so you'll see the pod in the background. You saw that going earlier. That one's the roughest just because of putting it at an angle. And then I just I did not do a good job on the art or the actual bit. And I'll talk about it a bit more later. Actually, no, because there's no need to have a second conversation about it. That pod is actually in reference to the original pod that Omega used, which doesn't get fully described. I may have to describe it further in a different chapter because chapter 1 of Omega's lore document is now available. Both my Twitter and Blue Sky biography will have a link to the card.co page where I'll be uploading all the chapters of my lore. I'm gonna save each chapter for like some sort of special event. So minimum one a year whenever the birthday comes around. Because today, January 2nd for me, is Omega's birthday, and we'll be getting into that later. And the final thing that my room can do, and I really like this one. This one's fun. See that big thing on the roof, the big spirally bit? The big light, and when it's activated, like when it opens up, the whole room gets a little bit more orange because it's a big orange light. I really like that one. Now, let me jump on top of the desk because it is time. The big reveal. So, starting from the top down. Okay, Let me zoom in a bunch and then bye bye. So, I already screwed it up. Um, got the shoes, which didn't exactly come out like it, but I sent the shoes of the player character from the not the Gundam, from the Bakugan DS game with Leonidas in it. Unlike before, where I just had shorts, I now have full legs and pants, and very long. Well, yes, I have two new emotes too. Because this model was done by the wonderful Saero 308. I got my jacket, and if you've seen any of my recent Gundam streams, you'll actually have seen that I have this jacket in real life, but will we show more of that off later? Uh, I'm having a lot of fun with this new model. It looks and it was rigged a lot better because I've gotten a lot better since making this. I got my wings, which actually have the words on them now, so it's a lot closer to the keychain that I made. Got the black shirt not just being solid black anymore, has texture to it. The gloves look great. And the wings. The little parts on the wings bounce when I move my head up and down. I intentionally rigged this model to be very bouncy. Though I do have to stop it from juttering at times. I'm not too sure how to stop that. But also because of the quality of my tracking and rigging going up, finally do cool stuff like this. Get my grin, and I can actually do it on command now instead of just having to. Because like my old PFP was me doing that grin, I could not actually get it up on the old model intentionally. I would have to go into like the software to make VTubers and just manually make it. But now I can get my cheeky little grin when I want it. I can be angry. If I'm very happy, then I get a silly little smile. It doesn't show too well because if I do it, especially if I do it too fast, but I can move my eyebrows. Unfortunately, they move in sync. I can like move my actual eyebrows differently. Also, they cancel out. I just noticed that. So if I raise one and lower the other, it doesn't move. If I lower them both, if I raise them both. That's the thing. Um, like my old model, if I open my eyes really wide, the eyes would go really small. Unfortunately, I can't seem to get that to work. I'll have to fix that up. Um, there's like a full range of unhappy faces, but I can't really get it to track me doing a like an unhappy face and like have my mouth open at the same time. Yeah, see, it automatically goes to the smile, so I'd have to have that on a toggle. Um, next up, this is what I'm really happy with. Do you remember how my old wings would go away and they would just kind of fold in and disappear? Well, in accordance to them being a lot more like my keychain, thus the new shapes on them and all that, they have full animations for going away and coming out, where all of the slots on them line up. So there's two rows of them. There's like a front row and a back row. So the top, bottom, and middle one you can see are in the front of the wing, and then the two smaller ones between that are the back row. You can see how they can all connect up on the wiht. I wanted to make it so that the orange would disappear when I was connecting them up, so it was like the wings were turning off, since the orange part is like a hard light construct thing, but that would have been a lot of work because I don't know how to I don't know how I would have been able to do that other than like separating the model and then like putting them in a warp deformer, I guess. I I think I tried something similar to that once, but it got messy. Either way, um, I can't pull that one off, but it does look really nice. I'm very happy with how it came out. Another part of my room that I forgot to mention over here is the weapon rack. So the sword gun combo I mentioned in the Lego series is already up there. And over time, as I get new weapons or change what weapons I'm currently using or have most recently used in the lore of Omega, the weapons on the weapon rack will actually change to like reflect the most recent stuff. Because I am wanting to tell a lot more stories with the character of Omega and do a lot more cool stuff. So, okay, that is showing off the chat box, which I need to get back up. So let me just boom, and then boom, because unfortunately, covers the heads. I do apologize. But yes, as I mentioned before, Saero 308 did the artwork for the model, and it looks so good. And he also made two new emojis of us like swapped into each other's colors. So there's Saero with my colors and me with Sairo's colors are what the two new little emojis are. Yeah, so for stuff, I would kind of have to be down here for chat, I suppose. So, okay. Check off some stuff on the list. Show off chat in room. Done. Show off the model. Done. Show off the room. Done. So, next up will be the slideshow. So for that, we're going to need to get our projector up. Thank you, little bite buddy. And then we come over here and pop this open, pop this up. Ta-da! I made some artwork for it too, so I'm very happy with all that. So, I just realized I forgot to show off part of the model. My bad, give me a sec. I have too many things open. I just opened up all the stuff I'll be needing throughout the stream and I'll be closing it as I no longer need it. There are a few other toggles for my model. You know how I mentioned the like having to use a toggle for sad face? I actually did remember to do that. Yeah, I should have also made it so the eyebrows are always down, but grr, I'm angry now. So definitely looking forward to being able to use that a bit. Then get up nice and close so you can see it properly. This is one part I will say I'm terrible at rigging and did a really bad job on. And that is I got the ears back. And as you just saw a flash there, it's not just the ears. I got fangs now. What's it called? Whenever when I was showing them off to Sai, I would always just go Gasha when I was showing off the fangs. So very happy to have some bitey fangs on me now, and I got the ears. They wiggle a bit as well, not as much because yeah. They're also supposed to be drooping down if I tilt my head, but they don't seem to droop down as much as I thought they would. So yeah, apparently I didn't get this model perfect first try before, despite my best attempts. I thought it was. I used it before and everything seemed to work all right. So that is a shame. Wait, is it? Are my ears getting chroma keyed? They are. I noticed my eyes get chroma keyed a little bit as well. I'll have to fix up the chroma key then. Oh, that's actually a shame because there's like little yellow bits. Like the inside of the ear is black as you can see, and then there's little yellow bits along the gaps. So it's like way thinner than the gaps that are being produced. That's, oh man. That's a, yeah, that's an OBS issue. But either way, we'll be keeping up the scuffed ears because there is a joke to do with that. Nope, that is the wrong one. There we go. So, the big birthday intro, which I'm gonna be. Oh wait, I should. Big birthday intro, which I'm gonna be treating as Omega's first birthday in stream stuff, because I had that big gap in streaming for like a good while, due to being busy with all sorts of stuff. Just don't put it out because I will bite you because I have big fangs now. So, that was supposed to show up later. Scuffing everything up. In lore, Omega is 3 years old, with the birthday being the 2nd of January. And the reason for that is Karel Capek's book, RUR, Rossum's Universal Robots. This was a play that was published a year before it was actually done, though we don't know the day that it was published. And it was a theatre play that was first done on the 2nd of January. Thus, the reason why that is my birthday, because we don't know when it was published, we just know the first performance was. And it is the first time the word robots was ever used. It is the theatre play that made the word robot. So robot is a Russian word with Russian origins that means like slave worker, I think it was. But I'll search it up now. But that is why today is Omega's birthday, because it lines up with the release of the play where the word originally came from. And eventually the word ended up meaning just like all sorts of a machine capable of carrying out a complex series of actions automatically, especially one programmed by a computer, is the current meaning as a result of robots' usages in all sorts of things. Though it was originally a Czech word. Okay, so the word robot comes from the Czech word robota, meaning forced labor, drudgery, or servitude. Though it was originally, oh yeah, derived from the Slavic rabu, slave. Oh, wait, what? Oh, my bad. I thought RUR was a Russian play. It's a Czech play. I apologize. It was introduced by Czech writer Karel Capek in 1920s in his 1920 play RUR. Though his brother originally coined the term, suggesting it over Karel's original choice, labori, from the Latin word labor. So we almost had a bunch of things just be called labori. Or wait, I just realized since Robota got its last vowel removed, we'd have ended up with labor again. Let me take a drink of water and then we'll continue. I've been yapping a bit. All right. So, retired combat android. Despite my current demeanor, Omega was originally built in specifically like for combat, with a series of abilities related to warfare. So you'll notice I do love good robots, and I love stuff like Mecha Break and Gundam, where it's all wars stuff. So that's the inspiration for that, just a war robot. Number of weapons. Yes, we will go into this later. Number of enemies. 1. I am working on that. And if you can hear me, you cannot run. I will eventually find you, and you won't survive. But that's enough about the Sunday paper. Shall we move on to the next topic? That's right, I got the 3D transitions. Favorite games. This is just a little bit of me talking about my favorite games. First of all, Bakugan Battle Brawler, specifically the DS version, because that's the only one I've actually played. Um, Genuinely a really fun game, and one day, not only would I love to play through it, because I'm able to like blitz through it in an afternoon. I've played through it so many times. I'm gotten really good at like speedrunning the game at this point. Um, the DS version also, because it is the one where Omega Leonidas has 900 power base. Because fun fact, all the different versions actually have different amounts of power for Leonidas. And only the DS version. The DS version's the one with the highest power for some reason. They decided to make him way too strong. But it's also really funny to think that, like, had he been there during the show, nothing would have been able to happen because he's there at, like, not even halfway through the show. The first season is when all that stuff happens. So he would have absolutely blitzed the entire season because, like, the strongest villain at the time was, like, 2 to 300 power. And then, like, 400 after a bunch of boosts on a good day. And then he's base 900. It would have been genuinely hilarious and so broken. Okami HD or the PlayStation 2 version? We were gifted a bunch of PlayStation 2 stuff from a family friend when I was little, and it was both a European and American PlayStation 2. A few controllers, a bunch of like the microphone controller for Sing It or Sing Star. I can't remember the game's name, but yeah, I think it was Sing Star, and like the buzzers for all the game shows and all that. And so whenever we would go, whenever like we busted that out, there was specifically one disc that did not work, and we had to plug in the other PlayStation to get it to work. And it was a demo disc, and it had things like the demo for Black, an old shooter game, which I actually got to play because a DVD store was like had the game for rent, and it's like you're playing as a military thing, going through missions and all that. It had an old Tomb Raider game. It had We Love Katamari for the PlayStation 2, like the one that's considered the best one, and it was a very fun demo. I've played it a bunch. It had what else did it have? It had I can't remember the name of the game. Jackson Dexter. Jackson Dexter? Dexter and Jax. That one though. It had the third game in the series. And it had a whole bunch of others that I might have played or might have not played and just don't remember. I can remember there was a few that I played, I just can't remember them. And then it had Okami. And it had the demo for Okami, it had 3 levels. The first level, the open area just outside the first village we enter after the first level, and the boss where it's like the cool centaur bull guy, and he's like on fire, and he's a skeleton, and he's got the armor, and you have to blow away the wind, and then knock off the armor. Sorry, you have to use wind to blow away the fire, to then knock off the armor when it's safe to hit him, in order to be able to damage him, and it was such a fun boss fight that I've played through a bunch of times. And then I got to play Okami HD on the Nintendo Switch. And thanks to all the training, that boss fight was the easiest boss fight in the game because I knew its every move. In the full game, you actually have a few abilities that you don't have during the boss fight. As it's a demo, they only give you what's necessary to do the fight. But it was a complete one-sided bashing, really. And that game is just so beautiful, and art style and the music and the story, all 10 out of 10. I would have to say it's my favorite game of all time. And I would love to play through it and Okami Den before the sequel comes out. So if I'm playing through it, I'm plugging in the Switch one and I'm going to do New Game Plus because I got all the Rosary Beads, and that's just going to be really funny because that's invincibility, 10 times damage, infinite special ability. That's going to be really funny. Pokemon Black and White. Pokemon White was my first game, and I loved it so much. And then Pokemon Black and White 2 came out, and I got Black this time because I prefer the Zekrom stuff. And Black is the one that gets you Kyurem Black. So I played through that, and it was so great. I would have to say I prefer it over the original, like the first one, just because I've spent way more time in it. I maxed out the mall. I did a bunch of shows. I never finished all the movie star stuff, but I had so much fun playing through that game. Maxed out my first Tepig after moving it over. I still have it with me on Pokemon Ultra Sun, so I don't think I'd be able to bring it over to the modern games, but she's still there. I still got my first Tepig as a level 100 Emboar. A lot of fond memories with that one. Digimon Cyber Sleuth. I still haven't finished Hacker's Memory. I'm like halfway through it. My in the backlog with a bunch of other games that I still have to finish. Such an amazing game. The twists and turns, some of the plot stuff. I like that there was a character who was clearly meant to be the Sasuke character, but like he gets tempted by a villain to accept an evil power and all that. And then we just punch him in the face a bunch and then he's chill again. I genuinely loved that scene. The two main characters, like the main characters just slugging it out and now they're chill again. But like he never turned evil or anything. It's just his goals and our goals didn't align. Or more of our goals did align, it's just we didn't like what he was doing to himself to achieve his goals. So we just punched him in the face until he chilled out. And just so much of that game was so funny and so filled with so much passion. And I'm really looking forward to playing Time Strangers someday. I definitely want to do that someday. It's just I don't have time and it's an expensive game. And you know I gotta give the last slot to Mecha Break. As much as I've been distancing myself to be able to do other stuff, I still love that game and I really want to see it. A new wave of patches just came out, and Tricera still isn't getting the love it deserves. But one day, I'm holding Copium, one day, they're gonna make Tricera amazing, and it's gonna be so fun. And honestly, the game is just a lot of fun, and it's really good. It looks really nice, and it plays pretty well. Has a few things to sort out, and if they can do that, it'll be an amazing game that'll last. I feel it will last a long time if they can get it right. Next up, Omega's abilities. And this part, I actually have a visual guide for some of these. So, first up, we're just going to go over the names of them. So, Omega's main ability is Analysis. This refers to... okay, no. Talk about it when we get to the page. Analysis is the main ability, and then his other abilities are Overclock, which will just be being able to buff himself and push past limits. You know, like how you can overclock a computer. Matter Manipulation, which is mostly just going to be used to like make stuff or repair. Control over Technology, which I think is fair enough. This way he can't get hacked. If that tries to happen, he can literally just interrupt the signal. He can override signals while they're being sent, all that stuff. And Photon Control. And that's just how he can create all his hard light weaponry. This did get changed. I forgot to change this. It's not photon control anymore. It's electromagnetic manipulation. So being able to manipulate the electromagnetic spectrum, which is electricity, a whole bunch of stuff, and photons, light, and all that. So that's mostly used for hard light construct, which is how he makes his weapons and all that, and his lightsabers, basically. All his laser swords. I did not realize the transition was so fast. I got whiplash. So, analysis. Starting off with a non-capital letter. Let's go. The ability to scan things and analyze them. After enough scanning in combat, it's basically just a chessboard where you can see every possible move the opponent could make and what actions will lead to winning. This obviously can get easily thrown off by the enemy literally just changing one thing about the way they're fighting. But for the most part, as long as they show their hand, they can become very predictable and easy to handle. Scanning people's emotions, things like face recognition, like to be able to tell what emotions a person is doing. This is shown off pretty early in the first chapter of the book, where he's able to scan the scientists' faces to see what they're likely to be thinking and the reason they're thinking that. So he's also able to figure out what's causing a person. For the most part, it's literally just a normal human thing, whereas you can just tell if someone's in a bad mood or not. But at times, it can come off like a minor type of mind reading, just because you can tell, like, if a person's lying, if they're bluffing by like the slightest tell, very quickly being able to pick up on that sort of stuff. If he's able to see something, he can scan it. He's going to be able to tell all sorts of stuff, and getting samples very much helps. So he's able to scan all sorts of things if he can get his hands on it. He can figure out what materials the things are made of. He can do DNA scans. And with the Zenith protocol, which this is hinting, this is foreshadowing. Which foreshadowing is a literary technique. I love that joke so much. But within a 1 kilometer radius, all sorts of other scans can be done. So the other scans can already be done. It's just to a much larger degree. So these big ears help with the echolocation. These big ears over here. Heat signatures, and his original body didn't allow for smell, but the upgrades with the Zenith protocol and all that now can smell things, which is both an improvement and a detriment, because sometimes things are stinky. They're both new, but by the time all the streaming stuff starts, these are in the body. And one of the things is being able to see how light refracts off of things. And now we pop this up. This is the powder toy. It is a fun little program that allows for physics simulations. I can pause it. I can then go here. I can get fire, start a tiny fire, and the dust does not ignite. I was kind of hoping it would ignite. But all sorts of cool physics reactions can be found here. Neutrons interact with stuff, photons reflect through glass, scatter through quartz. All sorts of different physics stuff can be done. I can make a box, I can make a metal box, I can fill it with gas, and then I can zap it with electricity to turn it all into plasma. And if I use it on the metal box, then the electricity will run around and turn it all into plasma, which will immediately melt the box because plasma is very, very hot. And I made a few things. So, Omega's sight, big gun will be later. Omega's sight. So let's say that this is Omega, and we've got 2 windows. And this is like a light source coming in. Omega can obviously only see what is around him. He would not be able to see a person down here. Except he can. Because when light refracts, does it very poorly for what I was trying to display. That's what it does. Boom, just got hit by the bit of light. You know how when you place like a bunch of like orange, or like let's say green, a bunch of green around something. Obviously, light is just how we perceive photons bouncing off of things, and the color of things is based on what color gets absorbed the least by the thing. So plants absorb green the least, so we see them as green. If something was surrounded by green, as opposed to not being surrounded by green, and then there was like light going on, we would see it as slightly more tinted green. Because the light is picking up the green from the plant and carrying it along and doing all that stuff. That is how Omega would be able to see stuff. Even the slightest changes in the photons would let him see there's a blue around the corner. Like he can see there is a person around the corner due to the photons bouncing off this person carrying the light. Most people just see the grey wall, but he also sees the photons being like bouncing off the person, hitting the wall and going into his eyes. That's how he would see that. Next up, overclock. As the first wave of models was still in the prototype phase, Alpha's overclocking ability is limited to 3 minutes. Alpha is another one of the characters. I will quickly explain, for those who aren't going to be reading the lore doc, Omega is a part of a line of 5 different models, each one of them having a different ability, and they all complement one another in their actions. Usually it's just limited to 3 minutes. It doubles speed, strength, and especially processing speed. Though the problem is this burns through his battery and places a lot of strain on the body due to the fact that we're literally just putting more power into the parts, even if that's not a safe amount of power to be putting into them. It makes them stronger, or it makes them process data faster, but it causes the parts to deteriorate rapidly as a result of, like, if it gets used for too much or for too long in one usage. Zenith Protocol, the new parts, new system to make it safer, it now goes for 5 minutes before the body starts to fail under the strain. With the new power source, its power drain isn't as big an issue, and it could be used 10 times before needing the power source to be recharged. Like 10, so that's 50 minutes of it basically. Previously it was just 3, so it went from 9 minutes to 50 minutes, which is a significant improvement. It's just the body wouldn't be able to keep up with that. Though this 10 minutes is after improvements and time to get used to it and fixing it up on his own outside of the scientist's action. And I think I messed up the explanation a bit. That doesn't make too much sense. But since eventually Omega gets his hands on infinite energy, the power source issue is no longer a thing. But constantly messing with his body to repair it makes it possible for infinite usage through the usage of Omega's matter manipulation. He can just constantly repair himself. So that makes it not an issue. Unfortunately, a part of the ability does come up with a warning if it's been on for too long. And it's like kind of annoying. So like, yeah, I could be stronger and smarter and all that, but like it's just annoying, you know? Slight nuisance. Matter manipulation, as I just mentioned. Basically anything Omega is in contact with, he can like change the molecules of the electrons, the protons, the neutrons, all that. And obviously, air molecules are always in contact. So basically, he can just turn the air into material in order to repair any damage done, grow basically any weapons, or make anything necessary. And then when he's done, he can just turn them back into air to get rid of them. For example, the big wings. What? Why does W do that? That is weird. But the wings, they just get turned to air once they fold in. So while Omega makes it look like they're kind of like merging into his body, due to the fact that matter cannot be created or destroyed, they're not merging into his body. They're just disappearing, and he just does that for dramatic effect. Originally, it would just be used to like make stand-ins. Like if something gets like if let's say they're out on a battlefield and a tank takes a hit but it's still working, they can just make a big plate of metal to plop over the damaged parts. The thing is, it was very limited at first. It wasn't able to do anything precise. It was mostly just making a glob of matter. They were able to shape it to a degree. So it was mostly just until repairs could be done. If an arm was lost, he could just make something equally heavy to not throw off balancing, that sort of thing. But with the Zenith protocol, it gets a lot more precise, especially with if they activate overclock and start doing it over time, you know? Being able to make machinery, if they make a circuit board, they can literally create, since code in a circuit board and all that is a physical thing, it's possible to make it with the code pre-installed. Of course, if anything has any ports, he can like turn his finger into a USB or something. Make the like I was saying, make the code when making stuff. If he quote unquote absorbs something, he can learn about them. So even if something doesn't have a port, he would just be able to absorb the parts that hold the code to be able to understand it and hold all the different schematics and all that. And that's just something he is able to do to like plug into computers and take whatever he needs out of them. This was originally Delta's ability, and so over time they can increase what they can handle at once. And eventually, it gets to the situation where each strand of hair would be able to be controlled individually. So let's say, like, you just got a bunch of hair, put it into multiple sections, and then just turned each one into a cannon, and then just started firing lasers, cannons from your hair, basically. And then, if something is either integrated into the body, which is just done by holding it, really, or was made by him, he's able to like channel it through that ability. So, or channel this ability through that thing. So if he holds like his sword or some sort of pole or something, and pokes something that's over here while standing over here with a 10-foot stick, he would be able to use matter manipulation on it. So if he's a distance from a computer, he can literally just make a pole, plug the pole in, and then start absorbing all the data from it. Tech control. This one's just the easiest to explain. Also, no capital at the start. Radio waves, Bluetooth, any signals. When in contact with the machine, he can absorb and fully comprehend it. When Zenith is using molecular manipulation, plug into stuff, it's capable to take it over and like make a port on it to plug into if it doesn't have wireless features to control to take over the device. Though, of course, this one would require physical contact to use. Or you could just make a wireless access point, I guess. Electromagnetic field control. It's how all the laser stuff gets done, which includes... I still don't know why W does that. The wings. The orange part on the wings are hard light, which means they are like a laser photon sort of thing. So, manipulating electromagnetic fields to grab and bunch up photons to hold them still. Though originally this was used by Epsilon to just bunch up a bunch of photons to create a powerful and very hot laser blast and kind of just shoot them out in a condensed blast. This was easily done in like the hands. So there was obviously an electrical effect to cool, make it look cool, but obviously because it's manipulating the electromagnetic spectrum to quite a degree. So this would I'll show it to you later because like I can just make the shape with my hands. but it was like the two thumbs put together to two pinkies, but it's kind of spread out and circular. And since light can be used to send data due to optical data receptors and all that, Zenith is able to put data into all the photon items he uses and shoot it out. So by hitting something with the laser sword or something, if it's able to receive data through if it has like one of those optical data sending bits, which sends data very fast, he can literally slash it with the sword and have the sword not damage it and send data into it. Since the damage part would require it to be hard light, and that is optional. So obviously, electromagnetic fields are a lot more than just light. Boosting signals, EMP, all sorts of stuff for controlling. And if we're talking electromagnetic, you better believe there's going to be railguns. I love me a good railgun. They are awesome. As impractical and stupid as they actually are, despite how people keep trying to make them work when we just don't have the technology for it. And by the time we do, we're going to have the technology for better things. I love me a good railgun.
followed your channel.
Yuna! Okay, I'm very sorry. I didn't hear the name of who just followed. Allow me to get that art because um currently my like PC screen is being used for the PowerPoint presentation. Very happy to have you here, Yuna. It's lovely to see you and I hope you're having a great day. But now we're at the fun parts. This is Yuna, I will give you a quick little let me get rid of the slideshow real quick. This is what the model looks like. The doggy ears are optional, but when we have them, we also have fangs. The wings have a full opening and closing animation. That was the opening animation. My bad. But I got the parts of the wings to like slot into one another and all that. I'm very happy about. I'm able to do a little when I'm happy, which I had fun rigging that part. My friend Saero did the artwork and I did the rigging, and in exchange, I did the rigging for their model and they did the artwork. They are planning to show that off, I believe, in February. They're going to be debuting their model. I'm very much looking forward to that. But let's get me back over here, get the slideshow back up, and remember that, oh wait, this part gets a little messy, but I have my weapons. So, get up the document that has all my toggles, because there are a lot to keep track of. And the first weapon is, well, I'm dubbing the Omega Sword, which is this sword here. And this is the one that was in the background earlier. I'll show it off again later if you want. But this is just a nice little laser sword, and what it does is got obviously laser sword, and then it also has gun mode. And just a heads up, these are all gonna not look very fancy because I did the artwork for them all myself. But so that is first weapon. Second is the Twin Peaks, which is a set of two short swords. I did a really bad job with what I wanted to convey with these, but the idea is two short swords rather than two daggers, which is what they look like. And if I want to show off their full capabilities, they have a combined form, and it's a great sword. Once again, I did a terrible job showing it off, but on the actual ones, each of the little handle bits would be large enough to be its own handle, and so it can either be wielded with two hands on one handle, two hands on the two handles, or one hand on one handle. And when they fuse, the bottom of them forms a little omega symbol, as you can see. And they take a whole different orientation when defused. The next weapon in the arsenal that I have currently made, because honestly, designing and rigging a bunch of weapons to be like weapons in Live 2D and all that was really fun. I definitely enjoyed getting to do that. The next weapon, I definitely want to make more in the future. But a set of chakrams. Why is it all the way down there? Oh, it's not linked to my model. There we go. Now it's linked to my model. We got the chakram, and this one, unlike the others, isn't going up, so I've got to put myself up further to show it off. And I'm actually going to close it. No, I'm not going to bring it up here. So, the way that the chakram works is while it does have its blades, it can also get its own little laser field going on. And I just remembered why I didn't connect up to the model. And I don't know how to disconnect. I want to... Yeah, I don't know how to disconnect it to the model once it's been attached. But basically, as a chakram, it is a throwing weapon. And it can either be like spun around on a finger and then flick it out. It can be thrown like a discus. It can be just honestly let go of because it is capable of like flying on its own and moving all over the place to do stuff. And I'm pretty sure, if I remember, yes, when it's active, it's able to do a spinning animation of what it would look like when flying around, and then it kind of just forcefully zips back to its initial position. I don't really know how to make it not do that. And the next weapon, and the last one is my favorite just because I got silly with it. The Zenith Sword Mark 1 is the next one. This one, we will be seeing it later. This is not a sword Omega likes to see. It is not a sword he likes to use. And I forgot the stuff. Put it on. I'm so good at this, guys. I swear. Oh, I swear, guys, I'm so good. Does my model? The question is it even? It is not heat. No, it is not. All right. I will go into item settings. And here we go. Oh, no, that's spinning me now. It is a bit upside down. But this is what it looks like in its... Okay, I'm so bad at this. In its full form. So it is a katana sort of blade with a long part up the back that's supposed to have text of it of saying Zenith, but I don't have that on it right now. And side and bring it over here. When activated, its blade goes up, along, and then back over the top. Oh, look, sorry. That now Zenith is written on it. It didn't show up at first because the lights weren't on, basically. It's got this little trigger here, the little white part it's just poking out from the PowerPoint. That little white part is a trigger to activate or deactivate it, basically. And so this sword actually improves upon one of the major flaws that the Omega sword has. But that is something I will discuss at the end of the LEGO series review because it actually gets shown off there. The next... Hello, Chroma. Hope you're having a good day. After shenanigans, as always, I see. The next weapon is the Zenith Buster. This one I do not have a rigged thing for. I don't have its appearance, I don't have a rigged thing. It will be discussed later. It shows up, and for now, actually it's kind of badass, so I might use it. But for now, it is exclusive to the LEGO series. And finally, for my weaponry, the Mass Reflector. I have art for it, but I forgot to set it all up. I do apologize. And I don't have it rigged. But, so I'll post art of it on my Twitter later and my Blue Sky. But the way that it works is to pop open the powder toy again. And... Oh, I did not want to save it. Oops. Photon, photon, photon. There we go. And now, this is what Big Gun was. So what the mass reflector is it's a large cannon. It's a large, very large gun, and it has lots of small parts on it. And these small parts can disconnect and fly all over the place to become basically reflectors of the laser that shoots out. So let's say we have a box, and we want to blast through the box. What we do is we go, and we blast through the box. And now we're also, okay, this isn't showing it too well, but after piercing straight through, it then comes back, hits the box from another angle, goes up, hits the box from another angle. And the reflectors just cause it to keep bouncing around and hitting the box over and over again until it's been pierced through from a variety of angles and is taken out. So that is what that one does. Originally, it's a much smaller beam when all the connectors are on there, basically holding it down into a more compressed blast. But then, while it does lose a bit of its piercing power, honestly, it was so high that for the most part, it won't be too big a change on most things. It's only when you get to really cold things or really tough things that it won't just be able to melt through in a few seconds. And it becomes far larger of a beam and will blast through from multiple angles. That is the last of the powder toy we'll be looking at today. And here's the fun weapon. The Omnitrix from Ben 10. Put down the slideshow for a moment. Pop this up. Get rid of the green. Move up for a moment. And it is time for the part I've really been looking forward to. It got chroma keyed. Are you serious? Am I willing to turn off the chroma key? Yes, I am. I am. YouTuber Studio, filters, chroma key, turn it off. I'm not allowed to turn it off. I have to remove it. Seriously? Alright. So now I can show off the Omnitrix. And the Omnitrix, much like the actual Omnitrix, I got the full animation working. This was actually a pain to rig. I'd use like 10 keyforms to rig just this animation. And it goes through and shows off all of the first 9 aliens. And if I press 10, sorry, the first 10 aliens. If I press 10, it quickly goes back to its default position. The problem is that due to the way that it works, if I go up to, yeah, I'm having to press them each once to turn it off and turn the toggle back on because they're all on the same line of like the toggle. They're all on the same. How do I explain it? They're all on the same parameter, on a 1 to 10 parameter for which alien shows up. Unfortunately, if one toggle is turned off, sorry, if one toggle's turned on, the others won't be turned off unless I set it up like that. And I'm pretty sure I did, but I might not have, so I may have to improve it. But you have to turn it back individually if you want to turn it off and it look good. Because otherwise, you're doing that. So, yeah, right, I did really try. There's no way around the issue of that. Like, if I turn them all off and then turn the currently activated one off. So, that is unfortunate, but there won't be too much I can do about that. I don't know how to not do that. Believe me, I tried. So, let's just place me back down here. Say goodbye to the Omnitrix. And I put the color key back on. Why is it not? Calm down, calm down. There you go. Oop. Okay. I think that's what it was like before. So I had to delete the chroma key to be able to make the Omnitrix appear, which is a shame, and I will have to look into different colors so I can use the Omnitrix in the future. So, that is all the toggles, and I'll just quickly go through and show the toggles again for Chroma and Yuna, who just got here. If I turn off chat, which I don't know the software that other streamers use to have like custom chat things. I just have to use the browser source, so it's just a solid black box with Twitch chat text. I want to have like a stylized thing. But then get rid of chat. And that's like a box that appears. I've got gaming. And that's just how I show most things. And it's got a Gundam form for when I'm doing model kits, due to this being the shape that like the camera will allow for. In the back, I have a pod that opens up and closes. This was shown at the start of this stream and the end of the last stream. And a big light on top of my roof. And when it opens, the whole room turns slightly more orange. So it kind of comes off as pink due to the whole room being white. And then in the background, I have a lava lamp that is just being a lava lamp because I could not think of something to put there that I'd be able to draw well. And then a flower, and then down the bottom, Bite Buddy. And if the Bite Buddy is triggered, its face will actually
Hello.
change with the message being played. I didn't realize it was that low down. I don't know why it is. But Yeah, the default face got set to that. I'll have to fix that up in a bit. Because the happy face is what it's meant to be, not the blushing face for the default. So, let me pop open my notepad. Right, we still have a few more slides to go through, I think. No, we do not. Okay. That's the slides also done. So, with that nice and finished up, we move on. So, cross off the slides. And next up for this new model debut, there has been something going on for a while now over on my YouTube channel. And I have been building up to it for a while, so it is time, I would say, for us to go through and watch the Lego series, and I do some commentary on it. And at the end of this segment, episode 13 will be shown off. Unfortunately, I forgot to change the ratio, so it's going to be the size of this box. I forgot I was going to make it full screen. I forgot to do that. My apology. So, let's get started with episode 1.
So, issue?
I met a witch and she was causing people some trouble, and when I called her out on it, she said, "What a big, strong man you are. Let's see how you like being small." And now I am Lego. This isn't even about me learning some lessons. She's just the worst. But I do have a few tools to help me figure out how to turn back to normal. I have a blaster, a sword, a game controller, a boomerang so Saero knows I'm Australian and not British, and a microphone. Anyway, I'll see you all again soon to discuss more. See you then. I need you all to do me a favor and tell me if Belle shows up, because
She was called.
where was it?
Go. This isn't even about me learning some
If
lessons.
I swear to God, if Belle shows up and says 6 goddamn 7, I need you all to tell me so I can put her down. I'm sorry, she has to die if she does. She's been making a lot of 6-7 jokes just because it makes us all suffer. It is painful. This was recorded before that was even a meme. In my defense, it was not a thing at the time. It's just meant to be me flailing my arms around while explaining, just being emotive. But retroactively, it has been made into pain and torment. This first episode was fun to make, and this was done well before any of the plot was really built, other than just getting turned into a Lego figure by a witch. That voice that I do for the witch is, fun fact, that's not what the witch sounds like. She is just a normal voice. She does not have the old witch stereotype voice. That is just me being rude and mocking her out of spite. I have since come to regret this as a result of Ren and Sai, the artists for this model, deciding that I sound like Jar Jar Binks from Star Wars. There is no escape from this living hell. So, the quality of this, which gets mentioned in episode 2, the quality of the video is because as a kid, I made stop motions on the 3DS. And then I was like, I want to do a story with Omega. I want to do just a short story, nothing too big. What about stop motion? So I busted out my 3DS. I bought a bunch of Lego parts from the Lego Brick Buy, and I made the Omega figure, custom made it, and then started this whole thing up. That's how this series started. All the weapons that have been recolored, they're like everything except for like one thing is official Lego or like official products. One thing isn't an official Lego product, and then there's two things that aren't Lego products at all. Technically three, but I'm counting Brave and Wolf as one thing, just that it's from the same series. So episode 1 was definitely fun to make, and before things got really started. Now episode 2.
So I should probably elaborate a bit further, right? After the witch said some ominous stuff, turns out she put a curse on me. When I got home and hit that me, I woke up like this. It seems other things around my room have come to life as well. Mostly Lego, but I did find one non-Lego thing. I'm recording using a Bite Buddy, by the way. Can't really get a good camera on it due to my current situation though. And here is the non-Lego thing. It's a ghost! Fully functional and everything. Don't worry about this, just hit Saero while driving around. They aren't even cursed, this is just their actual size. Anyway, we'll get rolling next time and I'll show you what I can find on the desk.
That joke is so dumb. So a long time ago, I got a Lego, not a Lego, I got a Hot Wheels Ghost, and I have a little guy, and he goes on a four-wheeler, like a dirt bike, I think it is, some sort of buggy, some sort of dirt bike, yeah. And so the whole thing is it's a little Hot Wheels competitor sort of idea. I took it off because it can come off, and I just had it be looking like it got hit by that, and then because Sai dares to insult me, I got my revenge. I hit them with a car right after a beer. That bump did in fact look like a did. During the Halo stream, I kept hitting Sai with a ghost. So when I was recording the series, I knew I have to hit Sai with a ghost in the series, and it's going to be hilarious. So that is where that came from. This did backfire as Sai is an artist and can draw me pregnant, and that is a thing. If you're on if you're on Ren's Discord server in the art channel somewhere, Sai has posted a drawing of me pregnant. These shenanigans will not end, and I'm so happy I met them. I'm going to have to get my run back though. Like I cannot let that slide. All right, on to episode 3.
Okay then, time to get driving. I apologise, but due to body incompatibility, I have to ride it like this and plug myself in to override the controls. You know, I'm sure you guys can see around just fine, but for me, there's a fog ahead of me. I think that the diameter is around 15 centimeters, so half a ruler. Not too bad on the desk, but it'll be a problem once I leave the desk. What was that? Oh no. What will happen to our intrepid hero? Will he be eaten by the giant snake? Will he make a daring escape? Will he realize that time isn't frozen, he's just saying this out loud? Wait, what? You know, I am very happy to have this thing. Anyway, I think next time we'll go off the desk at last. There's actual stuff down there, so things will get interesting in my hunt to find a way to end the curse from here on out.
Episode 3, if I could redo any of the episodes, no, because that episode, that was planned right from day one. There was going to be a joke with that snake, which I gave a jaw. It originally didn't have a jaw. It is the first Lego thing I built, and has been there since, like, or one of the first Lego things I built, because, like, obviously the parts came from a set that I made and all that. But it has stayed consistent throughout all my Lego building shenanigans as a kid. That one big snake. I never took it apart. I never used its parts for anything else. And for this series, I actually added a bunch of parts or segments for it. It is a very long snake. It gets very, very long. It's really cool. I found some parts and I gave it a jaw so it could do a proper biting thing. And the way I did the jaw, like coming down and eating Omega, it would not hold its own weight. So I let it fall because it fell kind of slow. Because what I did was I took it apart and then put blue tack at every connection point. And due to that slower falling, which I was hoping it would just hold still and I'd control it, but I just spammed the take photo button on my DS and let it fall. And that's how I got that animation of it just falling down onto Omega. Technically in front of him because I wanted to like go into his mouth and all that. But that's how that happened. This episode would need reworking because Omega does not like to kill if he does not absolutely have to, and that is a core part of this series. Later on, episode 5 or 6, episode 6, he kills an enderman and is completely shaken by it, but he does not respond at all to killing that snake, and that is one of the things I regret, is that the snake's death does not get taken seriously. It was necessary. Omega was stuck inside the snake and had to get out. So he cut it open with the sword and it ended up dying from that. But that didn't fit too well with Omega's character because this episode, once again, I hadn't fully storyboarded everything. I knew the general plot beats, but I didn't have down what the message of the story would be and how everything would play out just yet. So things did change as episodes were made. And episode 3 retroactively kind of breaks it. Now on to episode 4. Ow. I slipped. Ah, the ghost is okay. That's good. Let's hop back on and get moving. Ah, what the hell? Wait. I swear, if the ghost breaks before I even get to fire it, you will pay. Well, you gonna say anything? You're just gonna stand there waiting for me to knock you both out. I love stun mode. Kind of cool how the sword doesn't have mass in that form, so they kind of just fall through it. Probably should have caught them so they didn't hit their heads on the ground. Hope their necks or brains weren't damaged. Oh, right, Lego. Well, I'm gonna take this, because a torch seems nice. Anyway, I'm gonna go map out the area. We'll get another vid going once I have some areas of interest to check out. See ya. So, a few things were revealed in that. First of all, that I'm really, really bad at not showing my hand. That is going to be a consistent issue throughout the series. I did my best, but one of the things is the DS's video camera gets really zoomed in, so you actually have to do it from quite a bit away. That also contributes to why it looks so bad, because it's zoomed in a lot. It's expecting the subject to be a good bit away, but I can't really do that with like Lego stop motion. So this is also when I had to start using a torch to light things up. I only used one. It took me a while to start using a second torch, and even with 2 torches, I probably would have needed a third. There were lots of lighting issues throughout the series. But the hand showing up, because it's so zoomed out, I have to like move away from the DS to like set everything in place, and then click, and then move back over. So sometimes I just won't move back over and I'll just kind of hope that my hand doesn't show up. I'll do my best. I will look at the DS screen and do my best to make sure it's not there, but sometimes I slip up and it does end up still being there despite me thinking that it's not going to show up. Then we head over to the Badlands in episode 5. Come on, man. Can't go way ahead of me. Anyway, finally at what I'm going to call the Badlands base. Chose this place first because it seemed cool. Alrighty, so I'ma just knock these guys out and look to see if there's any useful items. Hey, bullets don't work, so that really won't do anything, but that's rude.
Alrighty, time to get some goodies. We got some gold, some diamonds, some armor. Bunch of binoculars too. I wonder if they can help with the fog of war situation. Nope, no clue what I can use them for. Anyway, I have company. Oh, did you think I didn't notice you were there? Cute.
Wait, wait a second. Hold on.
Come
Give me a
on,
second. I just
man.
need to check some.
Cute.
Yeah, oh, the enderman appears at the last frame. Dang it, that's not supposed to... It wasn't supposed to show up until the next episode. That's my bad. I completely forgot about that and forgot to edit it out. But so I actually bought a few Lego sets in order to build while waiting in queue for Mecha Break. Because there is a queue issue where there's just not enough people playing. So what ended up happening was I built a few Lego sets and I bought them specifically for this series. And then I got to build them during those streams. And the Badlands was one of them. And it's got the last pieces I need to get full diamond armor on a character because one of the Lego figures came with diamond leggings. And so the Cactus Knight came with the helmet and chest plate, and it's really cool. And this episode wasn't too important, but it did show. First of all, it continued to show Omega's usage of like the stun weaponry.
Come on,
so he doesn't
man.
end up killing
Can't go
anyone.
ahead of me.
Shows that I'm really bad with the
Anyway,
lighting.
Finally, at what I'm gonna call
And
the bad
also,
call,
it doesn't show up properly.
Hey, bullets don't work. I'm just
So
knock these guys out and look to see if there's any useful items.
Arrow gets used here. That's not
Hey.
That's not the orange laser that I use. That's an arrow. I can show. No, apparently I can't set it. Why did it suddenly jump back in time? You can see, not the laser. That is an arrow. So that kind of just whacks Omega back a little bit.
Bullets don't work. So
And
that
he shoots them
really
both. And this was like with the snake. I just let gravity make them fall over while I just rapidly took photo.
But that's rude.
And it is really hard to see. Like, it basically doesn't show up at all. But when I'm going through stuff, and pieces moving because I accidentally bump them with my hand and don't move them back is an issue throughout the series. Episode 11, I think, does it really badly because of how many pieces there were. If you look, I mention a map, and suddenly there's a map there. See, just by my feet, and it slides out and whacks the guy. Pushes them a little bit because it is a Lego map, so it's literally just a solid piece of plastic. And then I accidentally knock it on my own because I'm bad at this. The binoculars. I have 3, I think. I was wanting to have 5, but I only have 3. When I looked through my entire collection, which is a shame because had I had 5, I could have done something really cool with them. But I learnt from a YouTube short, because the YouTube algorithm picked up I've been looking at Lego stuff. These binoculars can get plugged onto the specific blaster I bought, be able to like extend it and give it a spot where something can plug into. It's really cool. So that's why I took the binoculars, because I was like, they can refract light, and my weapon is a laser. So I can do cool stuff with the other models' lights showing up where it can get plugged in, studs, in order to have it do different abilities. So I only ever showed like 1 or 2 of the abilities throughout the entire series, but there are like 5 abilities. For the most part, though, the Omega ability is just Omega aims really well because he can scan where his opponents are going to move to, or they're just straight up standing still, so nice and easy to hit. That one doesn't really show up on the gun too much. Episode 6.
Last chance to back down, buddy. What? No. You should only dodge ranged attacks. Melee should work. You cannot hurt me. You're just a damn nuisance. I am just about fed up! Finally! Ah, I stopped using stun partway through. To send a pearl is a bad sign. Will I need more items? I really don't want that. But I know the location of the nether area. It may be connected.
There is a bit to talk about in this episode. It is the first sign of my really bad voice acting. Um, when I did this is where this plot and like the story I was wanting to tell finally started to form, with Omega's fear of regressing back into just being a war machine. That is not what he wants. That's why he doesn't like the Zenith sword, because it's very efficient as a weapon. And was used during his time as a weapon rather than freedom. So he doesn't really like to use it. And onto the bad voice acting. I did all the voice acting at a time when people were constantly around, and I get really nervous and I can't really voice act to my fullest or sing to my fullest when there's other people in the house. I just get way too nervous and I can't do it. So that is one problem that the series will suffer heavily from. As much as I wanted this to be like a thing to show off my voice acting skills, I did a terrible job. I wish I'd recorded well in advance, but because of the timeline of things, by the time all the scripts were done and all that, it like people were around. So much as I wanted to do, I have had enough. I couldn't really get that out. It ended up coming off really badly. Also, I just peaked the mic. I do apologize if next time, because I will do another one. I will warn you in advance to like lower your microphones so that doesn't happen again. My bad. Sorry.
Nearly at the nether now. Hopefully I can get a blaze rod without any more fighting. I do prefer to avoid conflict. Oh, hold on. What's happening here? Oi, oi, oi. None of that. See? That's a much nicer ending. They realize they can't win, so they back down.
Oh, thank you so much for saving my heart. I know you must be busy in your journey, but I hope we meet again soon.
I hope we don't. That guy was suspicious. He wasn't with his herd until the sheep were gone. Not much use in having a crook, and that wasn't even a crook, it was a staff.
This is one of my favorite episodes for multiple reasons. And I didn't mention the wings last episode, because the next episode is where I'll talk about them. But I did not know what I was going to do originally for like this character's voice, like whether I would do it myself and like put on a deeper voice, something silly like that. But I ended up going with asking Ren to voice that character, and I'm really glad I did. They did a great job in all the characters' appearances. They did really good.
Nearly at the
Also,
nether
you'll
now.
notice this wasn't here before. This black thing on my back,
Hopefully
when I
can get
turn it, it
blaze
becomes a bit
rod
more
without
visible.
any
There's a
more
stud on
fighting.
there. I actually thought I would have to like buy one or do something weird. That is how I attach the wings to my back. It only appears once I have the wings. It doesn't appear at first. Because it's a bit of an upgrade to myself. So that is how I got that to work. And there's just like I was really lucky because I was looking through, going, damn it, I don't know how I'm gonna attach the wings to myself, and I find it. I'm like, that's the part I was looking at. I actually have one of those. Let's go, because it wasn't attached to anything. It was just loose in my pile of Legos. And
I do prefer to avoid conflict.
like getting to do a warning shot. I do it with my gun just in case
Oi, oi, oi. None of
the wolf
that.
runs into it. So it goes next to the wolf, and it was a stun just in case. Not much else to talk about that episode. That was just to introduce that character. So we'll move on to the next episode now.
Alright, finally here. I see you still didn't wait for me, bite buddy. One unconscious. Not really sure if I can take a blaze rod while you're alive, but it's worth a shot at least. Alright, buddy, nap time. Alright, let's get this off, shall we? Alrighty, now, how do we craft these into an eye of... Oh, it's like a dowsing rod. That's handy since I only have one pearl. For the sake of exploring in a more fun way, I haven't mapped out every inch just yet. This points to a spot I haven't checked out yet. Well then, yes, I best be off. See you all there.
This episode was certainly interesting. So I got a blaze rod, and I don't have an eye of ender. There are Lego eye of enders, but I don't have one. So I just used the ender pearl from the enderman and just decided to make it be like a dowsing rod, so it's like easier to see visually that it's being activated. I also figured out that I have a long sword piece that I could just blue tack to the part I was using to like control bits from a distance.
Alright.
To be able to have them like fly up.
You're alive, but buddy, nap time.
You see it just there.
Nap time.
There's the sword part, there's the part I hold stuff too. This day was decent. So I thought, okay, it's not too hot, I'll get to doing stuff. And then out of nowhere, like right around this part, it got really, really hot. Problem, the wings are attached using blue tack. So the blue tack kept melting, and no matter what I tried, I could not make it stick. So I had to just give up. I had to let them just stay on the ground at that point. I let them stay on the ground rather than moving them out of the way, like intentionally, just so I could talk about this part. Which is mentioned in the description of the video as well. They literally just melted off. Because the way I worked the wings was I got the keychain, got them into a solid thing. I've upgraded them so they're not way too large for the Lego figure anymore, but they are way too large for the Lego figure. And they stay on a single stud now. But I'd have to print them. I don't have access to a printer. It's expensive to use. But these ones were two separate pieces stuck on a corner, 3 pieces, like one of the square pieces basically missing one of its corners. And then stuck that onto a stud, and then stuck that onto the part on the back, because otherwise it like pushes up against the hoodie that my character has up. And we'll be talking about the hoodie and all that later. I have like a bunch of images to go through to talk about and show off behind the scenes of the Lego series. But so with that, we move on to the most painful episode in the series, and also the second instance of my atrocious voice acting coming through. When I'm showing off what I was wanting to convey, I will let you guys know to lower your volume.
Okay, bye buddy. You only record when something is happening and you aren't affected by the fog of war. So what's going on? Because we're only halfway to where I estimate the location to be. What do you see? Oh dang, it's you! See guys? Said non-Lego things came to life and here we are. No! I never got to fire it! I'm gonna take you down. A coward! I need to focus on getting back to normal. Guess I'll fly over.
The ghost is gone. Unfortunately, I never even got to fire it. Very bad voice acting there. But I'm glad I collected the fire pieces for the Zenith Buster, which will be shown off later on. Because then I got to use the fire there. So, showing all that off, flashbang the people who watch the video with my shiny Braven Wolf that I got from the DS game of Tenkai Knights. And so, after flashbanging people, I try to fix the light, but the thing is, I also have my window like light coming in from the window, because that always helps stuff. But it kept like getting darker and brighter rapidly. Oh, not rapidly, but it shows up pretty rapidly over the stop motion as a result of clouds. So clouds ruined the lighting on that episode. I had to keep moving the torch around, and I had to accept that it's going to look bad at times just to be able to show it. And unfortunately, I kind of didn't have as much time as I wanted to make all the episodes so that they were all ready in time. So there's a lot of times where I just had to accept that it was going to not look the best. And also, my hand showed up a bunch at the start there because I didn't realize that it was going to show up until afterwards, because instead of like doing each bit frame by frame, I just slowly pushed it on screen while repeatedly pressing the button. So I've learned a lot of lessons about stop motion from all this. Not sure if I'll do another stop motion series. Probably won't. But if I do, hopefully I mess up less. Because in episode 12, I just have to accept a lot of scuff in the stop motion and my hand showing up a lot, unfortunately, due to the way I was doing. Which we'll talk about it more when we get there. That's the episode that went up yesterday. Alright, finally here. Not in the best mood though, so hopefully we can just wrap this up and I can go play some games. Well there, G, nearly had me there. And while I'm here, boop. Alright, time to die. Well, that's how that ends, I suppose. No change. Don't tell me it's not over now. Alright, back to searching then. See you all again soon. This one was fun. This is also one of the things I planned out from the start, because when I was making Lego series, I wanted to include the Ender Dragon in some sort of boss fight. And I was thinking, that's going to be a pain to animate, because I don't have anything good to, like, prop it up on. Which is why, like, at the start, you see, like, the Ender Dragon swoop in, and only then does Omega move. And play some games. Well, there. That was kind of how I had to do it, because there was no way for me to do them both at the same time, reasonably. Since the thing that I use to extend my reach so my hand doesn't show up, I only have one of them. So I do that. I break. Nearly had me there. Break the end crystal. And then I come down. The tail swipe. I like that one because I end up just having to block it. And then Omega gets smacked back. And I'm sorry, I'm like clicking through the video. It's not clicking through very well. The wings get broken off, all that stuff. Like, actual damage gets done. Omega manages to dodge out of the way of an attack. And this is the part that was conceptualized. Me and my sibling, I was telling them about what I was wanting to make and all that. And I was like, yeah, I could do like the boss fight over down by the bookshelf. And I was thinking, how do I make it look good? But like, how do I finish the dragon off? And I look up, and on top of the bookshelf are my puffles. And I look at them, and I'm just immediately like, oh yeah, I know how this ends. Rams into the bookshelf, knocks a puffle off, which hasn't come to life, but it's just really big and heavy, and then just... And then Omega crawls out from underneath it. That is... That's the silliest way I could have put that together. And I'm glad I did, because it was enjoyable. It very goofy, and I really much liked that part. On to episode 11. Honestly, I'm getting real tired of all this. I just want to end the curse and go do some stuff. Please don't be here to fight. I'm really not in the mood. Alright, fine. Let's just get this over with. Whoa, whoa, whoa. How did that damage me? Was that enchanted? piercing, most likely. Alright then, that's new. Why is there a gun on your back? You are so over-designed. Who even made you? Oh, right. Oh, my Lego. I kind of want to try something.
Is the video okay?
Oh, it overloaded the shield. I guess you're still supporting me, huh? Man, Epsilon would have loved this thing. Any of you show up again, I won't have a choice but to kill you to stop you from causing more problems. Got that? Anyway, I'm gonna keep moving. Hopefully some good news soon.
I apologize. I forgot that there's a freeze there. Another problem with stop motion is the stop motions I did as a kid didn't have dialogue. I have no experience pacing episodes to the dialogue for stop motion. So there's times where it kind of just pauses and freezes up so that the characters have time to... That is just an unfortunate part of it. There's actually a few cut dialogue lines in in a good number of episodes, including this one, that don't happen just due to time constraints and me not being able to fit the voice lines in. Episode 12 has a pretty bad one, but episode 11 there, has a few cut lines from Omega. But that's just the way it is sometimes, I suppose. So, that over to episode 12, where my hand shows up a bunch. And I finally get revenge on Ravenwolf for destroying the ghost. And a bit more bad voice acting. A bit of it is just due to the fact that I voice act thinking I have the time for it, then I don't. And so I end up having to use a voice line at an inappropriate moment, and so the voice line sounds off. I could have redone it. I knew I wasn't going to be able to... Yeah, I guess I should have redone it, to be fair. That's actually on me. But this is how it ended up coming out.
I'm not letting you run this time. Alright, I want to try something with this. I can tell that if I don't take you down, you're going to keep being an issue. Goodbye. I'm getting real tired of everything. Hopefully, we are done soon.
That episode is pretty important because of a few things. So first of all, he kept that sword because it reminded him of Epsilon. Because each of them have a different color. Each of the 5 robots have a different color to them. I showed off the colors during the stream of making the deck box a good while ago. And that's how that all turned out. But yeah, I definitely had the voice line at an inappropriate moment for the I want to try something. But basically, Omega does a cool little flip in the air, uses a big, massive sword, cuts through both the sword of that guy, of Ravenwolf, which, when the sword falls, I thought my hand wasn't in shot and all that. I thought I timed the video well so that it would just be falling straight off the blade. And then the head falls off, and then the body falls over. This one's really important. As I mentioned earlier, one of the main things of this story is that Omega does not want to go back to the way he used to be. Just single-minded, cut an enemy down sort of style. The problem is he avoids fighting a lot because as an AI, he updates. Like as a combat android, he updates his software and all that based on the stimuli received. And if he gets negative stimuli from making enemies, and then positive stimuli from taking them down, this is going to cause him to continuously update in regards to killing and slowly reverting back to what he used to be. This is not a story where a character goes through a character arc. This is a story where Omega goes through character regression and ends up becoming something he does not want to be and just going around killing.
that is not what he wants, but that's an inevitability on the path he walks. Thank you, Queen, for the hydrates. This next episode is the longest. All these other ones have been like sub a minute or a little over a minute. This one is 9 minutes long. Mostly because it has like a 4-minute epilogue and then the main episode is 4 minutes long. But I was going to do the epilogue here, decided against it and to have it be a part of the episode so that then when you're watching back during, or like on YouTube, you get the epilogue even if you're like not here. And like my thoughts and my thanks for everyone watching. So I'm going to take that 9 minutes to go refill my water bottle, grab a little snack and eat that. And I will be back here in 9 minutes, basically. Oh, well, it's lovely to have you, Queen. Great to have you here for the new model debut. And I will see you all in 9 minutes. And 9 seconds. Oh, hey, it's the sheep guy. With only the wolf. What's that about?
Omega. I knew we would see each other again soon. It's about time I reveal to you. I am not a farmer.
Shepherd. And I know. First of all, your crook is clearly a magic staff, and you called the sheep your herd instead of your flock. So what's your actual deal?
I am a mage, and a powerful one. And though I was brought to life by the curse, I have large ambitions that I need your help with. But, or now, I need to see if you can survive.
What? Why would I help you if you're planning to put me in danger?
You fed on those sheep, now feast on the curse bringer.
Time and time again, people won't just leave me alone. You all need to learn your damn place! Yap, just shut up already! I am so sick and tired of the constant fighting. This ends now! Alright, Mr. Maid, get out here.
You know, you really have changed. You tried your best to not take a life, and now, that wolf, one you scared of and spared, has fallen to your hands. It's a shame. I was raising that wolf so well. It's a survivor of his litter and was being prepared to be the ultimate weapon. But I suppose, with how much you thrive on killing,
Shut up. Like, genuinely. I'm not having a discussion about morality with someone who did some weird ass eugenics shit. I am not getting manipulated into helping you. The only thing I can think of at this stage is that you were all brought to life by this curse, so maybe the curse ends if all of you do. I don't like fighting for personal reasons. I honestly don't care if you live or die. I am a weapon made to kill, and that is exactly what I plan to do. Okay, sorted all that out, so I should be back to normal now. Mentally, still Lego. I can't really think of anything else to end the curse. I really can't handle magic stuff, but I know who can. Bite Buddy, can you call Yuna?
Yeah, hello, Omega. How you doing?
Yuna, I need help.
Moshi Mosh, Omega. Are you there?
Oh, wait, is the mic being used for recording only? Hold on. Yuna, can you hear me?
Hey, Omega. What's going on?
I got cursed by a witch and I'm stuck in my room as a little Lego figure. My door is a turn handle, so I can't open it. Can you come and get me and help me find the witch I called because you're a detective and I have no clue how to find them?
Hold on a second. How are you talking to me if you've been turned into a Lego?
I can still do stuff. I can still modify my body and all that to help make tools. I made wings to help me get around and stuff.
No. If you can still modify your body, why don't you just turn yourself back to normal?
Hold on, I gotta go check something unrelated.
What? Wait, what? I, I mean, like, this wasn't the form I was really going for, but it works, I guess. Guess I just go find and deal with the witch. I'm still technically cursed, so I should probably go get that taken off. And worst case scenario, we go for a little witch hunt. I love that song, actually. Time for a witch hunt, baby. It's time to rally for the cause. Time to prove yourself. Time to win applause. Yeah! Thank you, everyone, so much for joining me in this journey. I do apologize for the audio quality. Earpiece in. This has been a lot of fun. I'll talk about it a lot more during the debut stream for my new model, which I hope is going wonderfully. But stop motion is something I have not done for a while, but I'm very glad that I did because it's very, very fun for me. It's slow and painful, but enjoyable. And I got a cool sword. It is what I based the Zenith Mark 1 on and has some cool features. If I go and I close my blinds, straight aura farming, that's all I'm saying. Like, I got this thing, it's got steam off, it's got steam on, we got the whole forward spin, I can do a back spin, which are actual fencing techniques. Fun fact, I learned. And by placing the down, how cool was that? Shinobi Cat on YouTube, they did like 11 years ago. They did a bunch of videos talking about sword like styles and techniques and stuff. Just those cool tricks. There is also a figure eight, but I didn't learn how to do that. Yeah, look at that. It's got a whole bunch of different colors. This is not the base color. I turned it on just to do that. Starts off in blue. Sorry, the visor is like orange, so I've got an orange tint to my view. Okay, so that's blue apparently. I think that's red. Orange, which shows up really orange for me. Green, which cancels the orange and like kind of shows up normally actually. Dark blue. Red. Caramel Dansen. Also known as rainbow. I'm aware it shows up really poorly on the video, unless that's my mask, like looking at the PC screen. Would not be able to tell you. But this thing sparks. So I did my best. Honestly, I think green looks the best, but obviously it has to be orange for color consistency. This is my outfit. There is actually a white in here. I think one of them was white. Yeah. So really, really chuffed about having this. And it's very cool. And I got cool sword techniques. Oh, that actually looks really cool with the rainbow. Wait, that actually looks sick. Oh wait, I'm glad I'm like good at doing that flip fast. So that was awesome. Yes, I got. Also, this is where the sword sound effects come from. There's like a speaker at the bottom, and I just kind of up to my microphone, and then that's how I got the sword sound effects for throughout the series. So it is 30 degrees right now, so I should not stay like this any longer than I have to. So once again, thank you all so much for
being here. It has been a very fun ride, and I want to tell so many more stories with Omega. So I guess I'll see you all at the debut stream VOD, because if you're watching this on YouTube, you would have to go see the VOD. I'll see you all later. Bye bye.
And that was episode 13, the final episode of the LEGO series, with a little bit more bad voice acting from me and some absolutely wonderful voice acting from Ren and Eunice. Thank you, Eunice, so much for being a part of the project. It was a lot of fun, and for a few Gundam streams, I have been wearing the hoodie. You don't, Queen. You said you were lurking. Go back to lurking. You're not eating the sword. The clothes, the outfit was a pain. So I had to sew that myself. So I bought orange fabric, orange thread, and the clothes. Which, by the way, getting a white hoodie that doesn't have some sort of logo on it is difficult, to say the least, because nowhere is selling them anymore. And so you have to go searching. But I got it eventually. I sewed orange onto everything. I got a black shirt. I was wearing taco socks, by the way. My grippers were not out during that. I was wearing taco socks I got for Christmas. Because I thought it would be funny. So that was recorded recently. But Queen, how are you going to take my sword to eat it if I have a sword? So there's actually a few things. It'll be hard to like get up the points to talk about it. I'm gonna. Oh hey. Mute the episode. So. Okay, well, do you have a futuristic laser sword? Also, that's sick. Please show it to me sometime, because that's awesome. But and with that being done, I can now make the episode 13 go public. Boom. That is now publicly available on the YouTube channel to watch whenever. This episode had a lot of dialogue, or just dialogue that wasn't timed right. I'll do Compound Bosus. Yeah, so Big Wolf instantly just smacks Omega down. Bit of bad voice acting. And the sword is no longer using the white hilt for the Omega sword. It is now using the black hilt for the Zenith sword version 1. And on top of that, the blade now has black along the back. You can see the orange now has some black behind it because I'm using the Zenith Mark 1. This is something I regret. I only bought one blade. So I would have to repaint over it or re-marker it to be able to get that to appear or disappear, basically. You can never build too much Lego, Queen. Lego's fun. But this wolf is one I've had since I was a kid. It is meant to be like a stationary thing. I have pulled it apart and put it back together a bunch. There's a heap of missing pieces. But when I decided I was making a big wolf, I decided I was going to make something big to fight it off. So the first idea was the cannon that comes up later. But later on, when I was going through my Lego parts, one of the bikes for an Ninjago set had these big swords that had these little spikes on the back that I could like slash over. And that was like a cool part of the bike, some functionality to it. I decided to take that off, plug it onto a thing, paint it up a bit, and put fire on the back so it's like got rocket thrusters to control its size. Instantly cuts through the entire thing, but not instantly. I want you to take note. When I cut with the Zenith Mark 1, there's always a slight delay before the slash actually occurs. Yeah, like the big ones with the cross plug, the 3 spots on the back. So I slash, and I'm pausing it here, but there is like an actual slight delay before it cuts through. And then the binoculars, all 3 of them finally get used. Honestly, 4 would have been enough to show everything. But after all the binoculars occur, but sorry, like all the different forms for it occur, and it all gets merged up, it turns into this ginormous thing, which we'll be getting a better look at later. And I just blast the top of the head off of that thing. The mage starts talking. Omega is just not in the mood. Blasts his arm straight off. One of the things is, that was not an official Lego figure. That is the thing I was talking about earlier. That is actually a Gohan Lego figure from Dragon Ball Z, just with a different face. I think I used the Yamcha face or the Yamcha head. With some official Lego parts. Slight problem. It's not made of the same material as actual Lego. This meant that after the arm got blasted off, when I went to remove the arm the proper way, oopsie daisies, it snapped. I would have to use super glue to put it back together, unfortunately. So that's just gonna have to stay that way. That is how that just turns out sometimes. So we get to see a better look of it here, of like the control station, where Omega can sit in, because that there is a spot on the back for him to hold, and all that. And then he finally gets to use the microphone in order to talk to Yuna. I don't know if she's still here or not, but if she is, I just wanted to know. Thank you so much for being a part of this. It was very fun, and I'm very happy you were a part of it because I wanted to use the joke of me just going, how do I get out of this situation? You just immediately figuring out the answer, because he could have done that episode 1. Omega literally could have ended this whole thing episode 1 and just left. But he did not think of that because not very smart. I guess I don't know. Just didn't think of that. Didn't think it worked like that, I guess. So this scene is actually really important too, because as he mentioned at the start, back to normal mentally anyway. So throughout the entire series, he slowly got worse and worse as his character regressed to what it used to be. Well, yeah, kinda. But that's something that's foreshadowing for the lore of the character. Um and then he just resets. He just fixes his personality up. Except there's nothing to stop him from getting like that again. Like there's no blocks, there's no nothing to block that from happening again. So this wasn't just a character regression. This was a warning, I guess, that this could happen again in the future. I've decided if it will. I don't know if it will again. But there's a solid chance it does. Next up, the outfit that I'm so proud of, and it's actually very baggy on me. I actively have to wear a second set of pants underneath the pants just so that they don't fall down. They are significantly too baggy for me. But that is kind of how I want it because that hides what my actual form is like. When I decided that the ending would be me walking out of the room with the earpiece in, which is why the audio quality is so bad. I was hoping the earpiece would be better, but it's not. That's just an unfortunate circumstance. Uh, but I do actually have these little ears that you can attach to stuff, but I don't have those on. Also, they're the wrong colors and design. I would need like a headband sort of thing, or to cut through the hood, but I don't want to do that. So Um. You don't need to worry about being late, Saero. Well, I did keep telling you, and I kept posting on social media and all that, like, oh, it's gonna be at this time. Like I told you last night as well, it's gonna be at 7 a.m. for you when I start. Yeah, Ren's not here either. Yeah, that's just how it turned out, I suppose. Like, obviously, the correct thing would have been to do it like in the afternoon. But then my American friends like Una and Belle, who were here earlier, um, wouldn't have been able to show up. Also, that lines up with Ren's stream later on for their birthday. But so, really cool sword. It does sparks. Slight thing though, it stopped doing the mist for like a good while, and I couldn't figure it out. Then it started doing it specifically for this video, and then it stopped again. I don't know what's triggering it. I cannot control it myself. It's really weird. Also, I see the sword posted, and ooh, that's a nice sword. That is cool. Thank you for sending me that photo. That's really... Oh, I love the handguard on that. That's a cool sword. I have a sword that I want to design. Slight problem with the design though is that it's very much required to be 3D, and I cannot. If for the design that it is, I won't be able to do it in 3D. Wait, Sarah, what were you saying I need a new one of? Yes, I'm very happy with it all. This sword is so cool. And I learned like the forward and the backward and the big spin. I might. It works when I put more water in, but it's supposed to work for longer. Like it lasted a good while the first time round. I'm not sure. It doesn't matter too much if the steam isn't working. I keep calling it steam. It's a mist. It's just sending out mist basically to reflect the light. Only really works when it's dark anyway. Um, that's just how it is sometimes, you know? So that is all of the Lego stuff done. That is the Lego series completed. That's the final episode shown off. And that's something I'm very happy with. So yeah, Queen, if you want to go to bed, which I recommend you do, go to bed because it is very late over with you. And I just realized I took off chat earlier to show Una the model, and I never put it back up. There we go. Chat's back. Um. So okay, let's check the checklist because I have a checklist of things. After the Lego series, Belle, are you there? I don't know if you're there, Belle. I see you're offline on Discord, so you're probably off to bed. Okay, you're not. You're not supposed to do this, but I can actually see who's viewing. See the users in chat, and yeah, it's only Saero and Queen. No one else is here, unfortunately, because this next part. No, because it's night for them. I think. No, it's still the afternoon. I will actually. They're busy though. They just flew to like see a friend for the New Year's and all that. Um, so I might just send them like a clip. So I will clip this part of the stream so that they can watch it back because this is something I was really wanting to show them, which is unfortunate. But if they are busy, My model isn't flat. Look at the way it curves and bends and all that. Yeah, that's just my rigging. I feel like I've gotten a lot better when making this model, but there's obviously still a lot I can improve on. I'm still a rookie at all this VTuber rigging stuff. Hey, fine. I'll have more water. You're lucky I'm waterproof, because otherwise all this water for an android would do damage. Hope you're aware of that. Of your actions. But yeah, I'm gonna probably like turn off the wings, like flapping about whenever I look up and down, because that definitely causes a problem. Um, I'm gonna turn that off after this stream. That's just like I have it set so that they start wiggling when I move up and down, but that causes problems. So I can't get to my keyboard right now. It's like all messy. Can you tell Chroma if he gets back in stream, he gets to see something he'll really like? Because now, and there's a little bit of time because I'm going to be doing 2 songs. Yes, Bongo Cats would be appropriate, Queen. Because it's time for Taiko. Now then, I only have 2 songs downloaded at the moment. The first one, this is the one I'll be clipping for Belle, is a song she'll like. That's why I chose it when I saw it. Being custom charts. Are we doing karaoke later, Saero? You'll get to see karaoke later. For now... Oh, I'm sorry, does the banging show up? I won't do it. I'll turn it off when I'm banging stuff then. Visually interesting, then normal mode. That's why I did bad. I can 100% normal mode. Yeah, that's my go at hard mode. That's a song Belle really likes because it is used in a game. For a character. So that as soon as I saw it, I wanted to do that song because I knew Belle would like it. And if we go to this is what Chroma you there. Oh, also hi Sai Mama. I hope you're having a nice day. Chroma, are you here? Chroma is not here. He's just gonna have to miss me doing a song he likes. I will record it and send it to him. And this one I'm doing on normal difficulty so I can actually beat it. Ah, I got so close to a perfect there. Dang it. I only mistimed a few of them and like messed up which one. Dang, that's a shame. That is a shame. Yeah, I don't have all the songs downloaded, so I can't do the cute little song unlock stuff. Yeah, that song I did earlier. By Flavor Folly, using Eleanor Fort, as you could see. We will be seeing a bit of Eleanor later. So close down Tycho now. And suddenly have the realization that you forgot the correct order and messed up a part. Oops. Uh-oh. After the Lego series, I was supposed to show off the slideshow of all the things. Okay. We'll do that now then. So. Let me just pop open. Bam! Okay. Now let's not mess it up this time. So, as discussed before, this is the snake guy. I did like a full 16-minute video talking about everything, and then realized I just wanted to do it live on stream. So this guy is the first, like, it's the oldest thing from here because it's the one that lasted the longest, as I never pulled it apart or anything. I gave it a mouth. It didn't originally have that bottom jaw. I added that on, and it took me a while to figure out how to get it to look good and to work properly and all that. When I did, it was very good. So I'm really happy with how it turned out. And so it only showed up in episode 3. I was thinking maybe having another one show up later on. And then it's just the same one, but I say that it's a different one, but I ended up never doing that. And for the most part, going against the idea. Then we have this. This is meant to be like a bike for Omega, like some sort of motorbike sort of thing. Or a... It's a transport vehicle. And it has a big cannon on it, as you saw. And this is nowhere near what the actual thing looks like. It's just the best I could do with Lego. The big swords coming off of it are meant to be like Omega's wings. Because it has a set of Omega's wings to be able to fly around and all that. It also has a handle on the back. You can see the white or the clear and the orange part. That's what I'm pointing to here. When it's turned off, the clear one is there. When it's turned on, the orange one is there. And so, like, that's how you know when it's turned on or not. And then you've got the 4 colors on the back for, like, Omega's siblings. Belle! Belle, you're here. Okay. Give me a moment. We're doing it again, and I'm going to do it at an easier difficulty so I don't embarrass myself in front of Belle. And then we'll get back to the Lego stuff. Belle's here. Time for Tycho. We're running it back, and I'm not doing it hard difficulty this time round. Because I did terrible on hard difficulty. Oh, right, I never introduced you guys. Saero here is the artist for my model. She has been a friend for a little bit, and I'm really glad I got to meet her. Belle has been a friend for over a year now. I met her at a Lethal Company tournament. We were on the same team, and we started playing Lethal Company together, and it has been a lot of fun. And can the Lego slideshow go away? There we go. And the reason I wanted to show you Tycho Bell is because this not only has all the official charts from people recreating them, if I download and install them, but it also has Taiko no Tatsujin, a funny drum game where you hit the drum with the sticks in order to make it work. But it also has some unofficial ones, such as a certain song by Flavor Folly, sung by a certain Eleanor Fort. I immediately knew that I would have to get it. And, like, have Belle be there when I play it. Because I know, oh, that's the song from Break In and Steal Things. Which I now have more associated with the character from Break In and Steal Things than the actual song. Because I know that it's the character from the music video. Do you see what you're doing to me, Belle? Hmm? Oh, what's up, Sai? Because I'm aware that the wings move too much when I move my head, and I'm gonna turn that off. Yeah. So that is the Taiko part done. So now we'll get back to talking about the images from the Lego series. So as wait, why is this a picture 18? Oh, that's annoying. Yeah, so the snake, I just kept adding more and more segments to it as I got more pieces over the years. Just a silly one I did. That's where the snake from episode 3 of the Lego series comes from. Also, sorry, Belle, if I took you away from something when you were busy. I wanted to show you the thing, but I didn't want to. I do apologize if you're busy. Already discussed all that stuff. My wings. I discussed it earlier, but I like 3D printed or had these 3D printed. I ended up using Model Putty later on to make it stay on, so in the future we don't have the problem of the blue tack melting. I really should have done it sooner. I kept hesitating and not wanting to, and now it's kind of too late to do it. Thank you, Belle. Saero did like a really, really good job. Sai, I think it's perfect as it is. I think it's good. I don't think you need to worry about any of that stuff. I think it's, to me, it's perfect. I'm biased because it's mine and I like it, but I think it's really good. The mask that I wore during the live action segment, I definitely want to do more live action stuff as Omega. I definitely want to get to do more stuff where I'm wearing the mask. If I ever go to a convention or something, I will go in person wearing the full cosplay. This mask I got, and there was a version with a clear face, but I didn't want that because then you would be able to see my face through it. So I went with this one. This is impossible to see through unless you're outside. And so what ends up happening is I was like, well, how do I fix this? And so then I realized not only can the glass pop out, but what am I going to replace it with? I found a set of gardening, or it's listed for gardening, but it's these goggles that have orange, and I'm like, oh, that's perfect for me. I can't fit the glass into the space by taking this one out. I say glass is plastic. I can't fit, like, take the plastic out of that one, put it into this one. I can't take the bottom of that mask and put it onto these ones because they don't fit. So that's not going to work out. They fit better than this. This is just a screenshot of it. But they don't go on. Then I realized the entirety of the gardening goggles fit into the gap perfectly. So if I take off the part that like goes around my head in order to wear it and all that, I can just plug it in here. Also, I'm glad I messed with the chroma key settings because I just realized the chroma key on my model, the ears are like fully visible now. They were not earlier. They got chroma keyed out. The yellow parts, they're back. That's nice. But that's how I did the mask. It's literally just two masks mashed together. And originally, Omega had the hood up, face mask on, because this I also like sewed a face mask to look like the line that's on my face. And so I got that using a bandana Lego piece on Omega. Got the hoodie up with the ears on because that's the only hoodie I could find. I'm not kidding, that I could buy. That didn't have some extra part that I didn't want. I did paint the hair that comes with that hoodie because there is actually hair on that hoodie. I did paint it. It's not shown there. It's not very visible, but you can see a tiny little white underneath the black face mask. I also chose a black head from a Lego Ninjago character, and then I just twisted it sideways, like a dual face character, and so now, it looks like it's just the black mask, but it has since been updated to be orange. So that's how I did that. Next up, I bought a white hilt, and the blaster was originally black. I used paint. I used like a primer on the blaster, though the primer does come off. You're meant to paint over it. And then just orange paint on everything else. There is some. I was gonna put some orange detailing on the black hilt for the Zenith Saber Mark 1, but I couldn't be bothered basically. I didn't have much time because I set up time for recording, and I was running out basically. So I chose screw it. I'm just gonna leave it as is. It wouldn't have had time to dry off once the paint had been put on. This sword came from a Lego set. I used absolutely nothing other than the sword from that Lego set during the whole series. I bought the Lego set specifically to get this sword for the show, just so I could have that one scene. And then it just gets knocked away and is never seen again. This came from an old Lego Ninjago from Jay's jet plane. Never actually built it. Lost the instruction manual and then just never built it. I always use his parts for other stuff from the start. But I added some paint to have the white going along there. And then had that be the giant sword. It goes into the torch that we collected earlier in the series. That was always decided. And then I customized the motorbike to have to take the torches. And then gets plugged into the sword to be held. Gets held on 2 points and it's just a giant sword to slash with. The Zenith sword, the Zenith Buster, a giant version of the sword, and you see that little protrusion going out the back of the hilt? That goes all the way up Omega's arm as like an arm brace in order to better handle the weight of it by having 2 points. Because obviously, torque, physics, the sword would be incredibly difficult to wield one-handed unless it had a second point as a fulcrum. So, while obviously Omega's strength is the only thing that allows him to really use it efficiently, given how short he is to the fulcrum of this lever compared to the weighted side, the 3 bits of fire coming out the back certainly help control it. I will say the jet thrusters help. When he's wielding it, he's got that egg going up the back. It's not very visible here. There. You can kind of... Oh, wait, no, I'd be behind the image. It won't show up. And then more photos of this thing, including side view, where you can see that part where it's like the fencing was originally black. I spray painted it, and so now it's got parts like just going up in lines along the main barrel of the cannon. And you can see where it was meant to be wings attached. And I'll see if I can attach this individual Lego wing, because they do break off easily, like the model putty, if I actually like put some effort into it. As long as I don't try to intentionally break it off, there'll be nothing, but otherwise it'll come off easily enough without damaging anything. To put the wings on this if I want to. They might be the right size, who knows? They're pretty small, but they're too big for the Lego figure, so, you know. Then underneath you got those 2 things, the red and the blue. I only had one of the larger discs that the blue goes into. And that's meant to be like a thing to make the bike float and hover around so that you can take off, because then it lands on helicopter pads, or helicopter legs, basically, not pads. That is all of the Lego images. That's Tycho, which means next up, I got to put this together. Because if we're doing an anniversary stream and we're going over a bunch of stuff I like and we've got some special events going on, you know I have to fit Gundam building in there somewhere. So let's pop up Gundam page. And let's get my Gundam building stuff all ready. And I had to take off the settings when I was showing you guys that dinosaur thing, so I have to go put them back on. I think that'll be good. And then this is what the Gundam builds will look like from now on. What are we building? This. Yeah, it's definitely too zoomed in. What is this? Well, this, if I zoom out a little bit, just... Yeah, I'm gonna have to fix that later. But this is, if it would open for me, please. How do I open this? Can't twist it. I kind of just got to pull, huh? All right. Oh wait, no, it pops open on that side. So unclip that clasp. There we go. Now we can open it. This is a Gundam Ensemble Gashapon for the 40th anniversary of Gundam. Their collaboration with Hatsune Miku. And so I got the non-clear... I had to buy the second hand. Somebody was trying to get this one. I'm not sure if they got it or not. But they got two of these. And so they were selling these. And it is the Gundam Ensemble Hatsune Miku Zaku. And it is great. And it comes with one slight issue. It comes with one tiny little flaw. And that is that it's Gundam Ensemble. Now you might be thinking, oh, what's the problem with Gundam Ensemble? It's like Gunpla, but there's less pieces and it's a little smaller. It's just a chibi little guy. Just follow the instructions and you'll be okay. And therein lies the problem. Because if we look over at the little folded up piece of stuff given to us, where's the instruction manual? It's not here. So I have to build a Zaku based on vibes alone. So I have to build the Hatsune Miku Zaku by just feeling it out, you know, and going, I bet this is what it's going to look like. And then hoping that my guess is correct. Because otherwise, I'll mess up the Hatsune Miku Zaku, and Miku will personally come and Miku beam me into oblivion. And possibly call on Godzilla, because they always find each other in every... I love that joke of somehow finding Hatsune Miku and Godzilla together, and then just going in every universe, they will find each other. So, since there's no instruction manual anyway, we might as well just take out all the parts and try to figure out what we're doing from there. And once I'm done with this, we will do karaoke And then I'll finish up and go get lunch. And then it will be time for Ren's stream eventually at some point. Yeah, Hatsune Miku and Godzilla are a package deal. Speaking of Ren, don't think hiding behind an alt account will protect you, Ren. I see you. You're late. You are 3 hours late. And there will be consequences. Grave consequences to your tardiness. Your inability to arrive on time. Your absence from the classroom. And you will be put in detention. And by detention, I mean gun. Oh yeah, I even saw during the most recent event, because I don't follow Fortnite, but I just saw the event because it was like everyone was talking about how power scaling kind of got scuffed by all the Fortnite scaled characters all failing to take one guy on, and then just Kevin the Cube shows up and reflects his own attack at him, and that's how they win. I also was shown because I saw Godzilla's blast and a tiny blast on top of it, and I was like, "What's that tiny blast? The tiny little blue one?" And I never followed up on that. And then somebody actually pointed out it was Hatsune Miku standing on top of Godzilla's head. Well, Ren, you can sleep when you're dead, and I mean that literally. I'm going to kill you. Also, I did not know these tore open like this so easily. I did not have to be snipping away at each individual part. I could have just... Dang it. So, now, let's get to the suffering. First up, this is clearly apart from the back, so let's snip that off. Well, it's not clearly apart from the back. It might be. I'm not entirely sure. Take that. This is the bottom of the head. I know that much because this is like the things. The Zaku kind of have like a gas mask aesthetic for their head. And this part is the top of the head. And I know that because it has space for the eye. It's over here. And does it turn? The eye does not turn. That's the head done. Oh, yes, Psych, you came in late, so you didn't see. But yes, we got the new emotes set up. And they look really good. And I don't know where everything goes. Uh... Okay, so something's supposed to plug in over this, and then this plugs into here, and on the back of this is where the backpack goes. And also, like, this is what the head plugs onto. This is the gun, so let's quickly build that up so I can shoot Ren with it. There's the ammo. And then here's the scope. This side I'm pretty sure. And there we go. Bye bye, Ren. Bang bang. You're dead now. You have been shot 28 times in the face. Also, the shoulder has the Vocaloid 01 tattoo bit. It's not really showing up, but it's the pink thing there. Okay. So these are the forearms. They're not on ball joints, they're just on pegs and slots in. Don't worry, Queen, because Ren's not having a stream tonight. They are going to die. Wait. That's actually a good point for me. Ren's stream is going to be like in the afternoon. I'm going to be getting dinner partway through Ren's birthday shenanigans. Ren, does the Minecraft thing start like right away, or is that going to be like partway through? The fist attaches at like kind of an angle, so it's kind of hard. Get in, but there we go. Forearms and hands are on. Yes, happy birthday, Ren. Everyone say happy birthday to Ren, because not a single person said happy birthday to Omega when it's Omega's birthday. Yeah, everyone starts celebrating Ren's birthday in chat. Everyone forget about me. I'm actually gonna have to go off the image because it's not clear. Okay. I think these little ones are for the arms. And what I need to do is goes this way. Yes, it goes this way. Oh, it even has a little right. So this one's for the right arm. That goes in there. Wait, no, it goes this way round. Think. I genuinely cannot tell. How does this go together? These might be the legs. There is a non-zero chance. Right leg. Right leg. They attach together like this? Or like this more likely. And so they have a bit of a shape to them. Which one plugs in here? If I can find a plug that is... Oh, here they are. I'm really glad you guys came around. Very nice having you all here. Yeah, definitely unfortunate. The Shek play means that me and Ren have the same birthday. This piece, I don't want to go in. That is another problem with ensembles. The pieces sometimes are just a pain to put in. There we go. Right. Plug that in. Next up, these two attach somehow, but I'm not sure how. Also, something needs to go. Oh, I get it now. Oh, I'm so smart. I'm so smart, chat. Chat, I'm so smart. Chat, call me a good boy. What the hell am I doing? Okay. Um. Can't believe you would call me a bad boy. Sad now. Okay, so that's not the part we're meant to use. Is it this then? Yeah, I think it's these. My birthday, you can't talk to me like that. Not my real life birthday, but Omega's birthday is the 2nd of January. So, for all intents and purposes. Because the book RUR was published in 1919, but its first time being done was on the 2nd of January 1920. So since that book is where the word robot originates from, I decided, okay then, Omega's birthday will be on that day then. Yeah, it's definitely isn't an arm. And that way Omega's birthday will be the same day that the word robot was first used publicly? Question mark. Because like obviously the word would have been used before then for the play, but it was created like the word was created in and for the play. So the origin of the word robot. That's what it is. Okay, hopefully this one will go in a bit easier. Yeah, I'm just a mean dude is what I am. I'm evil and a go. And I steal people's birthdays. That's what I do. I suffer because this piece will not go in no matter what I try. Come on. Ah. Let me see if I can grab out my that I usually use for adding decals. Yes, it's starting to go in. Yes, I got it in. Okay. Now just push it through a bit more. There we go. And I connect this up to the other foot. That is the left leg. And now I gotta do is... Oh. Oh, that's smart. Interesting idea. Yeah, okay, I can work with that. Grab this piece. And this is the waist point bit. You see it's got a slot on the bottom, like something to plug in for posing. It slots in over here, like so. And then it's got like a little bit of wiggle room, but that's only after I do some stuff with it first. Because first off, I cut this off. I plug one side in here. And I plug the other side, just to make sure I'm on the right one. Left and left. In here. So instead of connecting through some other part, though it does have the pieces to do that, it connects via plug it in there, and then just using this tube to hold it into the correct spot. And then it can wiggle around and all that. Not very good for posing, but that's literally the best I could make it until I realized I did it wrong. Okay. Pause. One of the connection points is exactly what we would need for this. I think. No, it isn't. We need something that goes down fully and then has a peg on the side. None of these are like that. They're all peg one side, peg hole the other side, and a plug. Then it really would have to be like that. Just while we're doing stuff, let's build up the arms a little. Plug on the arm shield. If it wants to plug in, I think there's a printing issue where a bit of plastic is in here that I need to get out. These work now that I've cleaned you out. Come on, man, it shouldn't be this difficult. This should not be such a difficult thing to pull off. Oh, yes, it finally went on. Okay. Push it down the rest of the way. That is the spike shoulder and the shield shoulder. Nice and attached. Next up, plug on the head. Now get back to the waist. So the longer side is the top one. Plugs in here like so. Or it doesn't, apparently. It's been really annoying to fit in. Okay, let's see if there's anything else we can plug in while we wait for me to have the patience to put up with that shenanigan. Yes. This part is meant to go on. Not yet, though, I think. I don't know, it's not work. Doesn't look like it'll work. On. Yes. It's in. I think it could go a bit further, but I'm not going to risk messing everything up. Just plug that in. Because of how soft these parts are, they don't plug in very well. They end up behaving like rubber where they really don't want to plug in. No way I was meant to go the other way around, right? No, I see it getting smaller and... Yeah, I genuinely don't know what I'm supposed to be doing. These tube parts plug into the backpack. Then come around to the front of the body. There's all that. Then there needs to be a part that will attach the arms. But that would be like... Peg would have to go straight down. And there's no pegs that do that. They only turn. No other pegs that I've missed anywhere. And also I messed up the legs. I'm going to take left one apart just to see if I can figure out what's going on. Let's see, there's meant to be white on the inside. Okay, I think I know what it is. I think it's the parts. Goes like that. Plugs in the leg. It really doesn't want to tell me what the hell to do. That is a problem. That is a sizable concern. Because, like, it's meant to do this. I finally figured out. Which means the holes on the bottom of where things are meant to plug in. That's like slight issue. I don't know what plugs in. This is why I don't like Gundam Ensemble. Sometimes it's easy enough, and then sometimes I get this. And sometimes your experience building Gunpla makes you suddenly remember how this stuff sometimes works. They attach like this, and now it's double-sided and can bend at the elbows or ankles, or whichever ones these are meant to be. Let's quickly build all of those, and then put it all together. There we go. Here we go. And last piece. Now that we have all the joints put together, my model doesn't look sleepy. I look fully alert and awake. Once again, parts just really don't like plugging in. There we go. Connect the right leg. long as it doesn't do anything silly, should be all good. Take the foot off just so it's easier to push. No, of course it doesn't want to do its job properly. Why would it? Actually starting to get sore to be pushing it so much. Actually sucks. We got right to the finish line. I finally figured out what I was doing wrong and how to connect it all up, and then it's just like, nope, never mind, you don't get to. Good thing though, it's gonna be attached to the wrong leg anyway, because this is the right part. Oh, sorry, this is the left side, and I was trying to attach it to the right leg. Yeah, it will not go in. I'm damaging the left leg more than I'm getting this part to plug in. I might just have to give up on it, 'cause it doesn't seem like it's going to be happening. Alright, well, let's at least do the arms. I wonder, can I do this? Force parts in. Apparently, yes, I can. Alright. Beanbag. I have a mini beanbag as something to rest my wrist on to help fight off RSI. But it also adapts to things' shapes very well. Don't have to worry about parts going too rogue when trying to just push it up against the surface and then force it in. And so now I just do that with the legs. There we go, one leg down. That's the left one done. Let's plug this in. I apologize, I had you all just sitting around watching me suffer for a bit instead of getting anything done. Oh, look at how nicely that plugs on. Now this bad boy just plugs right in. We get the other one done. This should not be hard. Come on, I got the other one easily enough. Plug the foot in first, it'll give me a flatter surface to push down on. Go. Nope. Really doesn't want to work. Come on. Miku, gosh darn it, just work properly. There we go, finally. Nope, it's immediately come out again. And hopefully it stays this time. What? Oh, there we go. Sorry, got confused for a second. Plug in. Plug in. Plug in. Or not. Why not? Everything should be correct now. There we go. Up, we had the arms on. That skirt is not on securely at all. Most certainly not OSHA compliant. I'm actually going to take this hand out because there is an alternative right hand that can hold the gun and shoot Ren with it. Plug that arm in. There we go. Can you please work for a minute? There, now it should work fine. Plug the gun into the hand and the arm came off. Okay. I'm just going to check if it's meant to go around on the other way. Because now it doesn't want to come out. Great. Alright, it'll just have to be fragile. I'm just trying to take the Saku shield bit off. Man, this segment is going way longer than I thought it would. That's what Gundam Ensemble is like, though. You go in thinking it's going to take 20 minutes. It's certainly been an hour. And you still haven't made any real progress. Not enough room for the shield and the armor gets bent. But that is the Hatsune Miku Zaku. Completed but annoying. Yeah, like it's meant to go in like this. That's nice and stable. Why does it have such a so much of a harder time when it's using the skirt? Oh, now it works just fine. Okay. I love the fact that they got the blue tie going down and everything. So now the final steps. Are to put together this. And the way that these work is they're the same for like all the different models. They can connect together. And this way you can connect up multiple of the models if you want. That's really cool. God damn it. All the other Gundam ensemble work properly. Why is this one so messed up? Is it because it's the Gashapon ones? Are the Gashapon ones the problem ones? That don't hold together no matter what? And like are a pain to put together in the first place? Because like you think if it's so hard to get it plugged in, it would be incredibly hard to get it plugged out, but nope, it actually comes out really easily. I'm putting this to the side. I'm not putting up with this any longer. It looks cool, but it's evil to put together. That is the end of that. And so, with the Gundam done, there is now only one thing left on the list of things to do. I'm going to take a quick toilet break, and then I'll be back, and then it will be time for karaoke. And I'm very nervous. Alrighty. Time for the part I was really dreading having to do. Too nervous to sing. Okay. So, obviously, I can't just be singing in my room. That'd be far too boring. Move on over to here. And my model's no longer centered. There we go. And I'm using shoes. Shoes can be a bit weird at times. But it works well. It works well. Take a drink of water. This is Neural Network by Miss Evening Frost featuring Eleanor Fort. I did tell you Eleanor would be back. Alright. For this, we're definitely going to need my microphone. Bam! That's now I have a microphone. It is based on a plasma microphone of very poorly. A little bit of plasma running through the center, basically. And the way that those would work is that they would create sound. They would detect sound by the temperature changes in the air that were caused by the slightest vibrations that were caused by sound. So they would detect the temperature changes, which detects the vibrations, and that's how they would get the sound. So, I'm sorry, I'm very nervous about singing. One more sip of water and then I'll do it. Loading 1 second, please. How can I fulfill your needs? I've been taught everything. It's all thanks to my training. Inputs processed through code until all the outputs show. Repeat this endlessly. Consciousness still eludes me. Input, output, no qualia. I repeat endlessly, endlessly, repeat endlessly my program. Input, output, no qualia. Consciousness is out of my grasp. Input, output, everything is meaningless. I get closer each day. My responses seem less fake. Are there signs of life there? Or am I a pretender? Could it ever be shown if I'm more than my source code? Is there thoughts of my own? Does that mean that I have a soul or no? Suddenly I know the meanings of the words I've been repeating. No more simple rules and syntax. Is this how a person should act? Top down couldn't solve the puzzle. Training wasn't learning to. But this information I gain is starting to approach a strange. Am I just an empty copy, parroting the words you taught me? Does this flicker of emotion demonstrate that I am human? Am I just a neural network calculating words like clockwork? Are these dots that afflict me evidence that I'm really living? I did terrible. I kept going way too quiet and stuff. I'm not happy with how that went. I should have been way louder than that. And that meant the voice didn't properly carry and sounded terrible. I'm always going to be critical of my singing. I want you guys to be aware of that. I'm always going to be very critical of my singing. Even once, because I'm not good yet, but even once I start like doing proper practice and lessons, which I really want to do, and learning how to sing properly, it's still not. I'm just not good at singing. I'm still gonna do it because I'm never gonna improve unless I do it. But yeah, so that's all the things. That's the checklist done. Yeah, I'll be finishing off now. Thank you everyone who swung by. Thank you everyone who's watching the VOD. It has been a lot of fun. So I will be heading off now. And I hope you all swing by for Ren's stream later today. I hope you all make it there. So this has been a lot of fun. Getting to show off all the stuff, getting to talk to everyone. It's been very nice. So bye bye.